Alright. Maybe just a little bit before the recap. Ayame, what's going on? Master, how you doing? Gonna pick up a Galaxy 3DS in September so I can play some Fire Emblem Awakening and Echoes. I would say that in the event that you really want to play it, I heard that you might not have to have a genuine 3DS to play it and play it well. Petunia, what's going on? Armless Dino, Jupiter, Jesus, Cheese Sniffer, what's going on? Little Miss Bacon, how you doing as well? You're on game 2, case 2. We're on case 3 now. We're doing the first trial section for case 3. Storm, what's going on as well? Case 2 I'm actually still a massive fan of. I don't know how I feel about case 3 just yet. It feels like this is going to be the setup for the like twists and the finale and whatnot, right? Because there was talk of what's that shit? And I actually thought about this post-stream yesterday when okay, I'll talk about it when we do the recap. But I did a little bit of thinking. Stinking, if you will. Case 3 is the exhibition fair? Yeah, we're on case 3. With the instantaneous kinesis machine. The experiment gone wrong. I'm actually really enjoying the experience thus far through the game. I think case 1 was a decent tutorial case. All these sub-badges Fire Emblem sprites, they're actually Danganronpa sprites. Exalted, what's going on? Alright, I think we've passed enough time. Enough people are in here now. But last time we were here, we did start up case 3. We're back in the present. We had recently found out about a exhibition at the what the fuck is it? The Great Exhibition. We found out an experiment there ended up resulting in somebody's death. The victim named Odie Asman, so Odious Man, allegedly caused by fresh from university. I have no idea when he's from. I don't know exactly how far along in his scientific performance he is, but Mr. Albert Hairbrain allegedly caused the death of Odie Asman, showing off his instantaneous kinesis machine. Which was supposed to be like a teleporter of sorts, you know, break somebody's like body down and then reassemble it somewhere else, but apparently it ended up killing him. And with that investigating or hearing about it, because Ryunosuke's lawyer license, I guess if you want to call it that, was revoked from appearing in court because of the events of the first game, we had to go visit Lord Chief Justice Mail Strongheart, asked him a couple questions, including who this case was about, who's our client to defend here. And with that, we also asked about the recent attack on Baroque Van Zeeks and his unnamed masked assistant, who Ryunosuke noted as he felt like he met him before. In investigating the case, with the forensic science department taking over and us not being able to do too much investigation, we ended up opting to ask more information than actually investigating, and we found our way over to Mr. Herlock Sholmes inside of Madame Tuspel's wax museum. And apparently one of her wax figurines models was stolen from the House of Horrors exhibit, and it was supposed to be one of the more notorious killers in London proper. The man that was responsible for what is known as the Professor killings. And we learned at the end of yesterday that these Professor killings ended up taking the life of Baroque. We did get his name, right? Did we? I can't remember his name. Ended up taking the life of Baroque Van Zeek's brother. Clint? Yeah, Clint. Clint Van Zeeks. That's what it was. And that's why, it has a little bit of significance. So, I have a feeling that another wax duplicate of a body might have to come into play in this case, given the fact that they look incredibly real and lifelike, and we know our client is innocent. So, I think that about wraps up everything that I need to say. And like I said earlier, one of the things that I was thinking about is with these being called the Professor killings, I kind of alluded to yesterday that I was under the impression that the Professor was going to be Eugene Mikotoba, right? And then as I started thinking more about it, I was like, oh wait, this is a fucking perfect opportunity to introduce Moriarty into this story. Professor James Moriarty into the Herlock Sholmes story, right? I think that would be very interesting, and I don't know if that's on purpose or not. So I'm going to rescind my accusation onto Eugene Mikotoba. I feel like that's a little bit of a mistake there, and instead I am going to opt to hope for that this means that we will get to see the Ace Attorney version of James Moriarty. I think that would be pretty cool. But with all that said, everything wrapped up, let's go ahead and get back into it. October 23rd, 8:52 a.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Here's Mr. Albert Harebrain. Mr. Naruhodo! Good morning, Professor Harebrain. I don't understand! It doesn't make any sense! The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts! I've never felt anything like it! It's crushing me! I feel it every time I'm here. That, gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But you are telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life! To save the secret of my super high-voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public! Yeah, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Who would this be? Van Zeeks, maybe? Maybe Strongheart? My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here. Ah, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. I didn't expect to see you here. Mr. Naruhodo should have given it away. Iris is still wearing her cute outfit. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me at home alone with at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him up. Is it? Are you? Herlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah yes, France Magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the Adventures of the Silver Blaze was wonderful. That's an actual fuck me. That's an actual Sherlock Holmes book, if I remember correctly. Ah yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the Speckled Band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Two-Spells. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? A week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Ooh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. What are the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say? Oh yes, quite. Definitely. Absolutely. I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. What? The professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that would be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo. But chin up, you can do it. Are you not gonna be with me? Where are you going? Hey, wait a minute. Is this, wait, hold on. Would this be, Ryunosuke's first solo case, then? No Iris, no Susato? Damn, we about to start cooking. Oh, and could you imagine if we're solo, but Van Zieks has, his apprentice in the docket with him? Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Okay, we're solo dolo today. That's pretty cool. An experiment that the laws of science can't possibly succeed. And a scientist is convinced that it did. It's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Like I said, if it didn't work, I'm gonna go with wax replica. 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, well, he's alone. I didn't even get to take a look at the jurors. I was scanning the room to see if anybody was by us or by Van Zieks. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. And what's more... without Susato today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? No. I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well. Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was a well-known financier, though that was merely a front of his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. What's going on, Memesy? How you doing? But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? They keep playing on this like it's an actual thing, right? Which makes me think that it's intentional, because otherwise, you know, everybody would know that, at least given the track record that Van Zieks has right now, right? Given what happened to both Lestrade and to Soseki Natsume, right? Everybody should know that Van Zieks, that Reaper shit is just complete cap, right? Like, everybody should know that. But at the same time, right, like, they keep playing on it, they keep bringing it up, which makes me think it's intentional and there's something further going on there. So I have no fucking idea. What's going on, Jose? How you doing? Jose, I said Jose this time, don't be mad. Kyoro as well. If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? New guy, haven't seen him before. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Are we 3 up right now? Completely random? Holy shit. Science experiments, magic conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. What you got in that flask? Any suspicious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. Her text is going to come up in that same pattern, right? We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence and, settle on one. That's it, isn't it? We know this guy, though. Fucking sleepy at the wheel. Put that down. Put that down. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Ottermole lookalike. Again. He's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition, shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events. As such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they're being subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis could never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Shums are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Because if we prove that it wasn't a success, it proves that he had to be murdered in one spot, right? What? What rot? This is actually fucking Omega level play. Order, order. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by British government. If it is deemed to have merit, substantial research grants would have been made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Okay. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Who we got? Oh, not fucking Gregson. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrain, scientist. You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes. Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. You demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion. But the science! The science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Damn. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. As the court heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. Well, first things first. Yeah, our shit is barren as fuck. Yeah, there's nothing really that we can glean from this. Although I will say, if this is, we need to know where this picture is, right? If this is inside, because it looks like there's this scaffolding around him, right? So it looks like this is outside of the Crystal Tower, which means if he got beamed up here, glass wouldn't have fell on the outside. Glass would have only fell on the inside, right? But if this is inside the Crystal Tower, right, then this makes sense, right? The shattered glass. Stone Cold was here. Shit like that. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. I see. So, to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation of for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. There we go. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. Why this shit's murder? Or, yeah, I guess he did just say a front for murder, too. The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. Beg pardon? I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my Okay, so... Yeah, because we never got a, we didn't get an autopsy report, so we didn't get a cause of death. Because I was looking at this like, what's the word? Like, he got fucking, like, a shard of glass through the chest, right? But his neck was broken, I guess? It's a little bit weird. Post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. Okay. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Well, I take it that's his cause of death then? So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one that could have done it. Ooh, hold on. Cause we saw... Oh, fuck, we don't have it. There was that, that little capital letter A looking fucking projectile that was up on the stage that we looked at, right? They didn't say he died to a broken neck, though, just that he had one? Yeah, exactly. They said that the body had a broken neck, which I felt was a little bit weird to say that the body has a broken neck and not list the cause of death first, right? Because that's usually one of the first things we get. We usually get like an autopsy report or like a coroner's report or some shit like that, right? And we just haven't gotten one yet, which makes me think that, or which made me think, right, during the time of him saying that, right? It was like, oh, we're gonna completely skip over the fact that he has this blood on his chest, right? With what looks like a fucking puncture wound. So he was, what I'm thinking is, right, like, that capital letter A thing was a projectile from this crossbow. It smacked him in the chest, killed him, and that's the case, right? We just got to figure out who, why, and when, right? Because saying he's the only person that could have done it, we can present... no, we can't present it because we don't have it, right? We only have the crossbow. Unless they actually are going to give it to me in just a second. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says that death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. It'd say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. Are you gonna charge him for double murder? What the fuck? No! No and no! That couldn't be further from the truth! I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stored himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. What about the burned leathery piece? The thing, right? Like this canvas-like material with rubber. This makes me think it's like part of a fucking hot air balloon or something. Cause those were everywhere, but if it was a hot air, I don't know, because they were saying like everybody was paying attention to the experimentation, right? The experimentation stage. So like my initial thought was, oh, this is a piece of a hot air balloon, and then my thought was, oh, well, people would have seen a fucking hot air balloon explode, right? And then, oh, people would have seen the explosion. They were more fixated on that, right? So they were more focused on the experiment, so maybe they didn't see a fucking hot air balloon explode. But now I'm like, it landed right in the middle of the fucking experimentation stage, right? Like, right on the ground there. Somebody should have seen it, but we have no idea. Forensic investigation team really pissing me off. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry! I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Oh, there we go. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Request is granted, counsel. Yeah. Alright, everybody's gonna have to shut the fuck up in just a second. I was there in person, you know? I saw the whole ludicrous performance. Yeah, hold on, about that. Yeah, Zeeks hasn't said anything racist to us just yet. 47, nationality British, time of death. Excuse me, 21st of October, around 2:20 p.m. Coroner is Courtney Siffy? Wait, that's a different coroner, right? Compared to the previous autopsy reports that we've had? Scythe? That's pretty dumb. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations, a broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. Interesting. But yeah, I remember it was a dude, right? I don't want to say like Ron Banks, but like I remember an R name for the coroner last time, so we got a different coroner. But fucking person with the last name of Scythe, as we're talking about the Reaper stuff still. Pretty funny. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraced excuse for a scientist. This woman thangs her thangin'. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. See, like, this is, like, especially given the fact that this is chronologically as far as this game takes place, right? This is Runo's first case, right? Ryunosuke, like, in the previous chapter, that was a flashback case, right? So for him going, it's been a while, it would make more sense for this to be Ryunosuke's first case. You know what I mean? I don't know. I still feel like last case should have taken place in the previous game, but at the same time, I digress. Are we gonna be pressing on the fucking him getting stabbed shit again? I mean, statement 4. Yeah, did you guys find what he was stabbed with? Hold it! The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. It was at first we knew of it as well. I could only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of the sharp object? Among the accused tools that were used at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Ah, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Kels? Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Guy. Andrew. Of course. Ah, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Lock him up. Actually, Judge, I quit. Lock him up. He did it. This nigga is guilty. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. Ah, that isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No! And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? Order, order. The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Finally. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Alright. Look, I can examine like 8 times there. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill of on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Alright. I thought we were going to talk about this groove here, but I guess not. And is that everything? This is blood. Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Aw, it kind of sucks that we have nobody to bounce ideas back off of. We get no banter. Damn it. I guess that makes the trial kind of faster then, right? Great. Victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one that could have done it? We don't know how the crossbow is linked. Nobody else knows that the crossbow is a crossbow, so press. Hold it! What grounds do you have for saying that? Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage, in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asmund, the second, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in Kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim. Hey, bud.
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, you have some information that may be relevant here. And I've said it before, with this reaction mechanic, how I think it's neat. I still don't think it's living up to its full potential. Right? Like, we had that minor moment in case 5 in the previous game, right? Where Gregson and Graydon were having their own secret little conversation, right? But I feel like every other time it's been, hey, if person reacts, just ask them a question. I would like to see something where it's like, hey, they might react, but don't do anything about it, right? They'll react to the statement, but continue pressing, right? Like, maybe a difference in animation where it's like, they start to react a little bit, and then they react a lot further along, right? Like, maybe not right there, like, but in, like, he starts up, and then is like, oh, for the next 2 lines, it's like, you have to look for a difference in his animation, right? I think that would be pretty cool, right? Not just, hey, do you see red exclamation mark? Press spacebar here, right? I feel like it's very, very easy. Professor! Ah! Sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Ah! Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asman, as you say. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. Head. Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Ah. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. This guy mixing up lean in the juror stand? Yo, word? Ooh, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Van Zeeks? Order. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hollowed chalice to accompany my old friends at deucing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Baroque, but I'm not really a patch on you. No, you're not. You neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have. A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while he was beamed through the air. Yeah, about that, dickhead. You remember where we found... You were there when we found this, right?
Objection.
So, say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, and on your side of the world. Yeah, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, now that you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the Defense Council to investigate? That you contravene the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yeah, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. Ah. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order, order. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. So it's not a crossbow unless... No, I think it very clearly can be used as a crossbow bolt. Given the fact that it has this fucking notch in it, right? No Minecraft. You can definitely slot that into here and use it as a crossbow bolt. I'm still under the impression, because otherwise, what the fuck does a crossbow have to do with it? Also, if this was an assassination, why the fuck did the murderer leave a crossbow there? What an idiot. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually did take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. You're so fucking funny. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped. You dumb motherfucker. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it! It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? B-boy, what's going on? It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's accusation, or explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well. The defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Don't invoke his name. You're much too early to invoke his name. The inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis can transport metal, though. Cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. Wouldn't the bird cage also have stayed put? In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Also, did he have anything on him that wasn't, like, synthetic? Yeah, what about his fucking glasses? Guy, what? These look like wooden buckles, right? Keeping keeping him strapped. Okay, so I assume that this is the bird cage then, right? The cage is made of wood. But look at his glasses. Those wouldn't have been coming along for the ride. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see! We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain? Yes? Can you please shut the fuck up? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away with Mr. Naruhodo. What's going on, Kurama? What'd you miss so far? We just got into the courtroom. We're starting to do some stuff. Asking the witness what the fuck's going on. Or our defendant what's going on. So it can't transport metal, can it? Yeah, you dumb, simple son of a bitch. Fuck.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd like you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't... That's not... Metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Order, order, order. Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. What? My hypothesis! My hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my work! If I could say something in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society... Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there is only one thing I cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting that my science is suspect? Just cover up these last 4 letters. It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say that the wreckage of the machine should... Can I borrow that newspaper? Should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? I feel like whatever I pick, we're just gonna be walking into Van Zeek's trap here. So let's just let him do it, right? Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination. But what about this special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much. If it's determined that the machine itself was the murder weapon, I think you'll find that act won't apply. Of course it was the murder weapon. Anyone can see that as plain as day. So we're all in agreement, are we? The machine should be stripped. If I don't do something, they'll...
Objection!
Oh, well, I guess I did need to raise an object. Wait. No, I did click wait and see, right? So would that have happened regardless? I'm a little bit confused here. I was under the impression that fucking Van Zeeks would have been like, yeah, exactly, that shit's bullshit, huh? Let's go investigate it. Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so... Even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing, except for the grant.
Objection!
Music stop. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Ah, fuck. If the government were foolish enough to have deemed this man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? Or an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. You live handsome on that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. There's a lot of hats in this jury as well this time. No, no, no! I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
Shut that bullshit up. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. which means that the experiment was a success. Ah, Baroque! Therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Baroque. Where is this heading? I have no fucking idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition. Were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yeah, that's me, yeah? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Well, that fucking sucks. Oh, dead ass? What the fuck? That was mad short. That was like less than an hour. October 23rd, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo! What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather... What on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said that you'd prove that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yeah, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh! Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And true. While we're on the subject, what about Baroque? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Everybody's really buying into it. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. All right, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Shums was adamant. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? (23rd October, 11 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. If I don't get to use the fucking karma at least one time during this game, I'm gonna be very sad. If we don't get to swing karma, that's gonna fucking suck. I would very much like to swing karma once. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed they did. As luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all... Is it gonna be fucking Shobes? We haven't seen him actually testify as a witness, have we? We've seen him, like, appear in court at the witness stand, but that's it, right? Like, he pulled up to say fucking Graydon was a bitch, and then that was it. Or, excuse me, Shamspear, not Graydon. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Fuck. Oh, that makes more sense. You know, we knew she was there. Yeah, and that's true. And yeah, that's true. And that's true, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Lune. Something tells me that he's the hot air balloon merchant. I am the impresario of the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. Yeah, okay. Great. Fucking great. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Bohemia! Oh shit! It still exists. I was you know, I was wondering with this guy being like very clearly supposed to be Italian, right? Like if we were gonna see other countries that weren't Japan, right? Because we already knew that what's his name? We already knew that Hairbrain went to study in Germany, but we haven't met anybody from Germany, and Bohemia being brought back up is actually kind of interesting. No Karain, surely, as of yet. Balloon! Thank you. Inspector Jean Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. So let's see. Do we have, no, not that. Fuck. I mean, Bohemia is a pretty acclaimed Holmes' story. Well, I mean, more specifically, that's, what was his fucking name? What, am I thinking of Bohemia? Where am I thinking of? I'm thinking of where, fucking Apollo and Trucy's mom was from, right? That's not Bohemia. Bohemia is a real place. Borginia, that's the place, right? That's the one. Okay, I mixed up Bohemia and Borginia. Excuse me. This, okay. Why is it? Why are you in here? Bohemian boy. His real name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. I'm just gonna call him Wilhelm. He's just gonna be Will. His name is just Will. And Moon Man. Anywho. Also, Gina had her birthday within the past 6 months, right? So she's like a summer baby. So she was 17 at the end of last game, right? She's apparently making waves in her new apprenticeship. Self-appointed detective inspector. A great lover of fish and chips. Susato has not had her birthday, however. Interesting. Has Iris had hers? No, Iris is still 10. Holmes is 34. He was 34 last time. I don't know if we got Strongheart's age last time. If we did, I didn't remember it. Baroque Van Zeeks is fine, right? What was the hiring age back in the day? For Scotland Yard, I can only imagine 18, right? What is it, October? Yeah, so in the past 6 months, right? So from May to October is Gina Lestrade's birthday. I'm glad we were able to make that out. That's pretty cool. I like when you can use like events to retroactively pinpoint like time of things, right? That's always pretty cool to me. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfolded from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. It looks like this guy got fucking bonked on his head. Can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Oh, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe what you witnessed, especially those of you who had vantage point above the stage. Oh, well, did his, okay, so Was this his hot air balloon? Did his hot air balloon crash? Is that what happened? Excuse me. This seems like it's a possibility considering the bandage on his head. It was an incident. It was an incident terrible. Or terrible. Wait, wouldn't that be French, not Italian? Anyway. Look at the balloon guy's hat. Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed. It's a fucking hot air balloon. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Ah! There's this huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky besides us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and it crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Most extraordinary collective amount, I must say. Account, rather. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witness. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. What happened to your other fucking... Anyway. I still have lots of money. I agree. Precisely, who is this curious infant? Told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everyone says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Alright. Huge bang from the stage. Yeah, I need to figure out what happened in this huge bang. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yup, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything because we were above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the air. I looked round and there was this huge great fireball right next to us in the sky.
That's
There was...
pretty thick.
Hey, bud.
Excuse me.
Master Gots, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yeah, what was it again? It's fucking, it's Wilhelm Sig Sauer 357. I don't fucking remember the name. It's Wilhelm something. Yeah, fuck up. There we go. Ormstein. God damn. I'm not remembering it. It's just Will. Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oh, I get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. No. Yeah, there was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. Our balloon. That is true. It's gonna be hard to do this. I'm sure. Which is what I said, isn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, and next a massive explosion. And teacher at elementary school says that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Well, all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy. Is that racism? That seems like racism. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in this... Oh, green, you say? Hey! About that, I think we got something for you, buddy. A green balloon? Eh, you what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will scry and cream? I will scream and cry. That's the one. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot lie. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. This is the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of the cordial nation relations between Great Britain and Bohemia... Not the sky that exploded, was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. So... So what, we just, show him the... Because it seems like... Wait, hold on. Was anybody else saying that there was nothing there? Or do we need this to... Oh, okay, yeah, because he was saying his balloons weren't damaged.
Objection.
There we go. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think that it may be C part of a balloon. A burnt piece of fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. Do not want to rip it when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gods testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. You popped all three? Damn. Kid on a box. Balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed? Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds of the experience? How awful. Seems like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently possible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Lune? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in the balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Lune is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
Don't be scared. Don't bitch up. Hey, we need to talk. Hey, we need to talk. Hey, yo. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. Got him. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. What the fuck is a ragazzo? Is that a slur? Can I say that? It means boy? Damn. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyways. Now, is he talking about Wilhelm or is he talking about Gina? So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. Even if he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all out war. What happened to all-out war? Sir Lune certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. So he's never... His balloons are only red or blue with a red zigzag on him, right? We need to ask about that. Yeah.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. And it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of the argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. What's going on, Black Hawk? How you doing? One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is missed. Can you shut the fuck up over here? I'm talking to the balloon man.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear over all Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. You have a what? Gracious. What? I had not been up in balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. All of Runa's voice lines sound like they're recorded by a different person. They all sound like the same person to me, but they all sound like they're all like different intensity in the takes, right? Like, I've heard his Hold It a couple times, and I'm like, that sounds different than the Hold It that he did before, but that makes sense, right? Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying, that I really did see a green balloon. What the fuck is wrong with you? Also, add that to the court record so I can look at it real quick. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you could not see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but... What? But that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. He's crying in umlauts? Bro, fuck up. There's one very bohemian sounding cry. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Alright. Fuck up for just a second. I'm looking for... Also, you can see my man's right here. This balloon is fucking empty, by the way. But you can see Hairbrain right here. You can see Mr. Asman here. I was gonna say that this person running back here was the person with the crossbow, but upon further inspection, this just looks like a kid. Yeah, no, but this balloon is fuck all empty. It's kind of weird. Also, what the fuck is this here? Anywho. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Lune's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Lune vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Well, it means that the fourth balloon didn't have any people in it, right? All three of your balloons were carrying passengers, right?
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph master Gotts can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. He gets angry and his balloon starts getting more hot air in it. That's kind of funny. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. See, the competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. Stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. These niggas do not care. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. One guy is reading his newspaper. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Of course there's more.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in your photograph prove? We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason why the balloon exploded is... We all just dumb today?
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. It's likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Really? Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes?
Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at a fire. Bolt of fire, heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Can you put your gun away? Not with this trigger discipline, you should be having this out. That shit is cocked and ready to rock, too. Like, what the fuck are you doing? My goodness, man. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals exactly how it is. That is exactly how. What did happen? What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sakes present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? Big ol' brosbo.
Take that!
This is found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon. Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately.
Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
In the explosion of the balloon, it was
Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No. Order, order. Council, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge.
Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up in the sky after all, or what?
My goodness me!
Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correct, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, birdcage and instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode, and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've just described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Shums and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
If I may put a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3?
All that would be needed is a doppelganger. Someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yeah. Of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed in the balloon from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would be very much dependent on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4?
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mere mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. This is kind of weird. Van Zeeks really just doesn't know what's going on, and the jurors are helping me, because we don't have an assistant. Which I think is pretty cool. The jurors are actually competent for once. Or rather, they're providing more info than just, hey, I saw this thing one time, right? Like, they're actually providing what's the word that I'm looking for? Shit. Non-outlying information, right? They're providing, like, actual pertinent, like, non-anecdotal support, right? Not just like, hey, yeah, this one time me and my broad was up and down on Maple Street, right? Yeah, like, nothing like that. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, it's me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. So it'll be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zeeks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. But he'll do it himself, you dumb son of a bitch. Why are you doing this? Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain? I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Order, order, order. Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where is your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove. Baroque! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So, please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. I'll kill him myself. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? In his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, Any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Fuck this guy.
Well, Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident to protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has old knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Fuck him. Maybe you'll shut your goddamn mouth next time.
I really hope this doesn't result in a game over.
No! I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I just can't let him down. No! Say it. Fuck him. Say it.
What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect?
What? How did you get here? How did you get next to me, as a matter of fact? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato? What are you? Ah, please! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. It'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate at the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now.
So, finally open your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Roke! Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
Okay, so she's actually here. Like she's properly here. I didn't know if that was like brain fuckery, right? But she is here. Oops, there goes my solo case. I got assisted in the last half.
In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
Hey, maybe wouldn't it have been a good idea to tell us that? Like, at all? I beg your pardon?
Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? tall. Taller than me and, thin. Thinner than me, with straight hair. Straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens, too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. We don't have anybody like that in the court record, do we? Monocle, 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 straight white hair, monocle. No, I don't think we know anybody with a monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? Afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles with connection to that name. There's talk of some other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
So if we knew who built the machine, then we could have circumvented this whole fucking thing, right? So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, sorry to say that it sounds incredibly or increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
So then, did Drebber just fucking swindle him and kill him? Aha, now I got the grant money, right? When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening.
How can he call himself a scientist and not question things? I think it's less that him not questioning things, and I think it's more specifically, he was so caught up in his like invention being realized by the public and it being real, that he tricked himself into thinking that his experiment happened properly, right? He was under the impression that you know, no matter what, you know, like, my experiment worked. I'm not going to, I can't believe anything else, right? My experiment worked. I got so close, you know, like, he mentally tricked himself into believing that it worked. Because if it didn't work, that means that everything that he had been working up towards has been a fucking sham, right? And he didn't want to believe that his work was a sham. So he was just like, yeah, no, it worked. Fuck me, it worked, right?
I don't know anything more.
So now our objective is finding Enoch Drebber. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the SDC? I'm not going to say the whole thing every time, we're just going to call it the SDC.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
So that sucks for him, but, fuck you. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Back to investigating. (23rd October, 1:36 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I wonder if this is the surprise that Iris was talking about too, right? When before we went into court, she was like, "Yeah, we have a surprise for you," and then they ran off. I wonder if Susato was the surprise. Makes the most sense, right?
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yeah?
I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry.
Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing.
Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
Alright, in that case I won't say any more. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
Hey!
So sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise.
Thank you, Iris.
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could just stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see? But we made the coachman really whip the horse.
What the fuck? Poor horses.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad that you didn't.
Oh,
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London.
oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
Susato was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Let's continue this conversation at home, you know, after the to be continued. When you go back into the investigation phase. And let's get back to it. I don't know if we'll get another to be continued in the near future, right? 23rd October. Wait, hold on. No, because last time it was in the past, right? We didn't have all this stuff up here. 23rd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it's been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
Oh yeah, they don't know that he fucking lied.
My father?
Yeah, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health. And I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually.
Yeah, how the fuck did you get back here? You're gonna... Okay. So she is going to... Or she did it under the guise of forensic science. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is I'm here. After all, I haven't fulfilled my promise to you yet, Iris. Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma.
No, I'll tell you all that I can.
Oh.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh yeah, for the murder of Giselle Brett.
Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you?
Give me 1 second, y'all. Sorry about that. I had a phone call real quick. It took about 2-3 minutes there. But we're back. Sorry about that.
Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikitoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot that we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Franziska was 13. I mean, Franziska was 13 when she started practicing, right? Actually, she was younger than that. She, like, started practicing at, like, 9, right? But at the same time, like, that's so far in the future, right? Like, women are actually prosecutors in the future. Not that I'm saying that the, the legality of allowing a child to present in court would have changed, but at the same time, right, like, it's very different in the future.
That's right, the very large dog collar we found with a bee emblem on it. It seems that Mr. Natsume was included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
So, with that, it means that, like I said before, I don't think that these professor killings, right? I don't think they have to do with Mikotoba. I think he just knows about them. Right? He knows exactly what is going on, why that collar showing up wanted his he wanted his daughter out of the country, right? So I think he knows exactly what's going on, but it's like a government secret. He doesn't want to talk about it. Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets.
The B stands for Bob Bobbinson. I thought the B was going to stand for Baskerville, because that just makes sense.
Oh, Susie.
It's a very meaningful look Susato's giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited.
Oh yeah, we actually got the Japanese judge's name. Fuck, what was his first name began with an S. I remember that much, but I just remember Jigoku. Because even in his text box, it still said judge. No, yeah, Seishiro. That's what it was. Seishiro Jigoku. I'll probably still only remember Jigoku.
It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku.
Well, there we go.
You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Terrible trial of yours where you were accused of murder.
Yeah, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed on me going ahead.
Yeah, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. And as I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
Most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Damn, I really hope that doesn't serve as a motivation for him being evil. That would be very weird. Does Professor Mikotoba know about Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen too much to it.
I'm trying for you.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget as long as I live.
Extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist?
So, who is Giselle Brett then? Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin.
Her first name begins with an A, doesn't it?
And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then? Yup. There we go. That's the fourth name from the list of names in the Morse code telegram on the music discs. So there we go. So literally the only person left, well, let me rephrase that. The only person left that is on that list to our knowledge as a player of this moment that is alive is Gregson. So does that mean Mini Memo was supposed, like, he's in on this too? Because the only other thing that I can think of, and it would be very terrible if this happens, is I feel so okay. So I think this deserves a little bit of an explanation. I feel that as of this moment, this man right here, who upon meeting him for the first time, Ryunosuke says that he feels like he's met him before, was appointed to Van Zeek's by Strongheart to study under him. I think that this is Kazuma. I think that that is almost 1-to-1, right? So I feel that the telegram that we've had before, it listed out 4 names, right? We have Gregson in here. It listed out Gregson, it listed out Kazuma, it listed out John H. Wilson, and it listed out A. Shin, right? And now that we have the information that Giselle Brett was A. Shin, that means that the only 2 people left alive on that list are Tobias, and if this ends up being Kazuma, right? But it seems like this is very clearly going to be Kazuma. At least to me, right? But at that rate, right? The only other things we know about the list is, or the people on the list, is that Giselle Brett ended up killing John H. Wilson, right? So is this supposed to be like a murder free-for-all? Last man standing? So does this mean that Kazuma or Gregson... Does this mean that Gregson is gonna fucking smoke Kazuma? That would be hilarious. I feel like it might be the other way around, though. But it very clearly feels to me like this is a list of people that need to go, right? Because thinking back on it, Giselle Brett was quite literally, like, super simplistic about it. Like, hey, I killed this guy. Yeah, you proved it. Congratulations. I'm going back to England, right? And that would explain why she would be completely absolved of it, right? If she was supposed to kill him for government quote-unquote reasons, right? So the working theory that I have right now is that that music note, right? That or the music disc that gave us the that gave us the list of 4 names, if that was supposed to be a listing of people that had to die, right? If that was a listing of people that via one means or another was going to die to someone else on that list, right? But that doesn't make sense unless Mini Memo was a pseudonym as well, right? And his name is like Thomas Gregson or some dumb shit like that, right? So I feel like that list is just supposed to be last man standing. Either that or the names were supposed to be like a specific hit list for somebody else, right? Like Shelly the Killer. Or if no, I was gonna say if the person who did the professor killings is still out there, but they said that he died, right? That was the sculpture that was taken from Madame Two Spells, right? So that guy is dead as fuck. Unless he's not. Anyway, that's enough conjecture for right now, I feel. But yeah, Miss A. Shin.
Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. And Kazuma was going to be accepted as a foreign student over here. Oh, fuck. Okay, more conjecture time, right? That's... Strongheart's in on it. That's why he... Okay. Yeah, no. Okay. This makes perfect sense. Alright, check it out, right? Kazuma was supposed to come over here. He was reported as dead on the trip over. Strongheart, who is the Lord Chief Justice, seems to be okay with us just taking his place, and then assigns a fucking, like, understudy to Baroque Van Zieks, who Baroque doesn't know the identity of, right? He wears a mask at all times, he doesn't talk, right? This somehow is Strongheart's plan. Why he's doing it, I assume will be revealed, but the fact that he was completely okay with us just taking Kazuma's spot, right? What about the body of Kazuma and Shom's deductions? I don't think Kazuma died. I think that was literally just oh, well, we'll just say that he's dead, right? Because all we got that said that he was dead was Shom's just going, "Yup, he's dead." Where, and I even mentioned it earlier in this game, like, where the fuck is his body, right? Or what happened to his body, because we never turned around. So Shom's is a bigger moron than we thought? A bigger moron, or this all has to tie in with the professor killings? Because Shom's is super hush-hush about it too. This is gonna get really interesting. What could the woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. The only one we can trust is Odiisman, and he's dead. We can trust Lestrade. I think we can trust Gina Lestrade. She seems like somebody that we can trust.
Afraid so.
Shin. On earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Is that how you say your name? I say Lestrade. Well, or Lestrade, right? I just say Lestrade because it sounds like an actual last, it sounds more like a last name to me, and until I hear somebody say the name out loud in game, I always just say what I think, right? Because what if it's what if it is Lestrade, right? Or what if it's Lestrade, or what if it's Lestrae, or right, some stupid shit like that. Examine to talk to Iris. I'll get to that in a second. I'm not through with Susato just yet.
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. Visiting... Oh! Yeah, and we thought he was talking about Kazuma. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, that he'll never... And then the judge tossed him. I think the daughter of Doyle says trod. I mean, either way, right?
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time, but later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived.
There we go. Okay, so Masked Apprentice is Kazuma.
It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished? So did what happened on the Buria give him amnesia then, right? Or is he just putting on airs that he doesn't remember Ryunosuke either, right? Because if he's here to either kill Gregson or do something, right? Then he could just very be mission oriented, right? I don't know which the case could be then.
Our government tried to cover up the fact, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Well, I mean, after a lot of people die, we never really see their body again. It's kind of what happens when you die, Ryunosuke, but, you know, semantics. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, and we never got a reason for why Sholmes was on the ship. So Sholmes is in on it. I don't think it's nefarious, but I think he's in on it for a reason.
And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he would have possibly done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere, it wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true,
it'd be like losing him again. Yeah.
terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato.
No, she's given the idea thought it deserves.
Susato we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. And it means Nikomina loses her title for youngest killer? Yeah. Yeah, and that's true. And yeah, I guess that's true. And also it means that that we don't, or her not being arrested and tried, right? Makes sense because she didn't really kill anybody. She was? We never saw the result of it. We never learned that she got arrested, right? She and Beef were taken off at Shanghai. Well, yeah, they departed the ship, but we don't know what happened to them. Also, it should be more than just her and Beef. It should have been the whole fucking crew of the ship if we're keeping it a buck. Hello, child. First things first. New dialogue? Thinking back, that spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. Well, if I remember correctly, only Beef interfered with the body. The ship was stopped to get her on in the first place. Well, no, yeah, the ship was stopped to get her on in the first place, but the fucking crew drugged everybody. So they were aiding and abetting. Beef was the only one that helped her with the body situation, right? But the rest of them, like, the rest of the crew should be guilty in some way, right? Or at least in non-conventional standards, be guilty.
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So, if this all has to tie back to the Professor killings, is the Hound of the Baskervilles, like, it's gotta, there's gotta be a lot there, right? There has to be a lot of info on that one. Because Sholmes doesn't want Iris to talk about it. Mikotoba, hearing about the collar, didn't want Susato in the country, right? And Sholmes just does not want anybody else to know about this. So yeah, I feel Sholmes is implicated somehow. But now she's back in the country, so now what? I guess maybe Mikotoba trusts that after, because remember, it happened after Susato defended her friend in court, and it was under the acknowledgement that he was coming here too, right? For the forensic symposium, or forensic science symposium, right? So maybe he's okay with that, knowing that she can prove herself in court? Or maybe with a combination of Ryunosuke and Susato together?
But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Oh, fuck, we're getting back to this.
You wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time.
Oh! Do explain.
Oh. Only sorry that I've had to keep it for you from so long, Iris.
Theme change.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskerville."
Okay. So it is like 1-to-1. It's about the professor killings. What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anyone else about this. Do you understand? Okay, so that's gonna be our final case then, right? Solving the professor killings. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? Also, what she said it was a short while before we left? Yeah. That's what Sholmes was doing there. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Yeah, okay, alright.
But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. There was no sign of the big box in his office. It's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato? I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. The only thing I feel that connects Susato's father to this is knowing about poisons, but other than that, unless he has a bigger title. Yeah, he studied it, because that's how him and John H. Wilson met, right? While he was studying in England, right? Because he said that John H. Wilson was a friend of his. So that means that, for lack of a better term, there's some shit we need to figure out.
I think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yeah, conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Excuse me. Well, yeah, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for police, or for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Alright. We can't go to the prosecutor's office. There we go, 23rd October, Sholmes' Suite. I guess not. Iris is just brewing weed tea. Brother, what do you think tea is? Just as like a general statement, what do you believe tea is? So just nothing here then? That's interesting. Okay, so I guess a text pop-up showing date and location doesn't really matter then. Hey, is that Enoch Drebber? Strongheart? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. Oh, well, her, I guess, it's not Drebber then. The young champion of the court. With some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I know this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for being taken in. The special dispensation that prevents the investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. That bitch look evil as fuck too! Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney's... That's the fucking... Okay. That's the coroner. Hey! Why was she here, though? She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering the report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore.
I was kind of hoping that Strongheart wasn't evil. Bro, look at this fucking guy. This is a good guy? This is a good guy to you? Listen to this music. Does this sound like good guy music? What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago, unofficially of course, to pave the way. It doesn't sound like good guy, but it doesn't scream bad guy. I get a power vibe. Yeah, considering that everybody in Ace Attorney that goes for power is usually bad though, I'm gonna go ahead and just lean on bad, right? I said it after the first time we met him in the first game. I was like, that guy's definitely a villain. Like, just look at him. His name is Strongheart, for God's sake. Like, what are we doing here? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Does this sound like a good guy? Because it doesn't sound like a good guy to me. Tend to see to it personally. Okay, wait. Hold on. Also, false evidence and bribes, but London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Isn't that what fucking Van Zeeks is right now? Anyone who presents false evidence or bribes, right, just miraculously winds up dead. And the cases that we've prosecuted against, where it was proven that they didn't use false evidence or bribes, survived. Graydon got to Magnus. Yeah, that's true. Ashley Graydon got to Magnus McGilded, and that's like the one thing, right? But like we've mentioned before, everything that's come up about Van Zeek's previous cases, right, has been like, oh, this person was a piece of shit, they just got what was coming to them, right? Odie Asman, like, even him, right? He was like a mob boss, essentially, right? And he's dead now, right? He was in a case last month, and he's kind of gone, right? So is this, and obviously, right, he wasn't killed, right, by Hairbrain, right? Like, we know that's not the case, right? So no, but if he's like, if Strongheart truly is the mastermind behind everything, this chapter is just going to be proving that there's something more to the Reaper's Curse, right? This chapter is going to be proving that somebody intentionally took out Asmon. Yep. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Interdiced. So, yeah. Strongheart's the bad guy. That's what it is. He's... Scoot? What? Okay, Scoot. I know you see there's a video game on screen that isn't Destiny. You down in like an hour or so? If memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. Oh. Google. Google. Fuck.
Punctiliousness.
Fuck that. First of all, why are you playing YouTube at full volume, you freak website? The politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. You activated my Google? Okay, Google. My bad. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe is also there, as it happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. So he left 10 years ago. Around the time of the fucking professor killings. Okay. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. Older brother? I thought he just said brother, because they look like fucking twins. by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
My word. So, Lord Van Zieks...
Oh, so, Lord Van Zieks is in the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh, yeah, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. You're well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing the investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
I'll be able to see it, too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
Extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Well. Oh, there it is. So, this is the coroner's office. I want to go there first. Feel like you use this voice for Van Zieks? Yeah, I mean... British people, am I right? I believe this is it. Precise laboratory. Chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It's as though the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. Could have just a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. It's too fucking quiet. It's spooky in here. What the owl doing? We've got a few things.
Suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk.
I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Big desk, book. This big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using them all for? He's gonna show up.
Ah! What are you doing?
If this bitch isn't evil, I'll be so confused. Look at her. Also, new track. It's very nice. Pretty ambient. Yeah. I was waiting for like a breakdown of some sort, but this seems pretty good. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings, and Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent...
She has a snake, or is this just like a fucking bracelet?
I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene?
That was kind of swaggy. And yeah, that looks like a bracelet. Unless it starts moving, in which case, fuck me.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That's the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate on how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
Not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as investigative aid as a matter of course. Aye, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us?
Fucked.
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible. And yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared up anything at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Bitch. Oh, I thought that was her. Your daughter?
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, I'm a defense lawyer. Renos. Parent your kid.
Yes. Can I cut this one up?
What? Hey, we got karma on the hip. Nah, don't be playing with me.
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Dear Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
And let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. She got a nice fit on, though, I will say. Alright, we want to go to the stage? Yeah, I think going to the stage makes sense. (23rd October), the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. She's got a dog.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us just 2 hours to make our way through the crowds at this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is Gina, right? It has to be. We still defending Hairbrain? Well, yeah. Why wouldn't we be? Have we met the big bad yet? Like, of the entire game? Because I'm gonna WrestleMania sign point and then go Strongheart. But for this case, no.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
It was definitely Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. What you, Sunshine? The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh, why thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart. I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina. Dog. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it? He's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps tonight. I hope not. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. He's going to fucking Paris? To France? Okay, I was gonna say, if it wasn't Paris, I am completely shit out of luck for calling out French cities. That was it. I had Paris and Paris. That was it. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted.
So you're not going to tell us?
Intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
Suppose he's worried she'd slip back into her slipping hands in people's pockets and purses.
I think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina.
So don't go blabbing, you hear me? Oh, of course not.
Got to keep that diving diva safe and sound.
Until all of this is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did ya?
Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you were the boss.
So is this a real badge or is this just a fake one?
Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? What's going on, Juve? How you doing?
Isn't he great? Toby's his name.
Very apropos.
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. What you got for us, boss? Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, it's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes. Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. It's like I told Huddle yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again?
The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
The birth of Missile? Nah, Missile's a fucking Sheba. That's like not a Sheba. This is Missile .01, right? This is Missile like Alpha.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What's his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to Lord Strongheart. You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah?
Honestly.
Alright, then go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Thank you, Gina.
Toby the dog. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
Giving him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
It's nothing compared to this little fellow, Otto.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss says, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. By a rather wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Otto, there's going to be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days he'll be barking orders at a slot, not the other way around. Dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. Found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere.
Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? Children and to animals.
Birth of the Canine Division. There we go.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all.
I'm just doing my job, Gina.
Watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yeah, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber?
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Well, somebody had to bring it up. Big stretch. You guys know where he is? So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. Wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that scowling reaper that's always glucking down glasses that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. It was actually Germany that had the first police dog. Surprise, surprise, it was a German sheepdog and took place in 1920. Well, yeah, they were just talking... Well, I mean, I guess, like, this game's timeline is a little bit off, but they were just talking about Germany having police dogs already, right? And that's why, like, I almost called him Missile Toby is accepted here, right? They brought up Germany having police dogs. But yeah, the timing is a bit off. Suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? Well put. Well, let's go up. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage.
Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yeah, that's right. Rather, it was the machine. Is this the birdcage right here? It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research credit.
No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look. Is that...
Hey, bud.
Lord Van Zeeks?
I thought I was going to find you in your office. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
We have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel wheel. Steel will. There we go. Don't even know who Will is. Hey, bud! Least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row. 10 years, huh?
Strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And you've managed to disturb me. Ah. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case even though it's nothing to do with this. We're gonna get fucking strangled.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
Fuck. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drever, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. And the trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we've heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but I'd
very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow. Susato really knows how to take the bull by the horns. This is weird because, like, in earlier in this case, right, we went into his office and talked to him there with Iris in tow, and we were perfectly fine. Right? We completely had it on lock, right? We weren't caring about shit. We were just there. We was spitting, right? But now we turned into a massive bitch out in public. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. What do you mean by that? Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, well, different backwards. Nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need that man's testimony tomorrow in court. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Hey, you want to talk about your dead-ass brother? So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother, I understand? Lord Van Zeeks? Iponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, been investigating me, have you? No, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a little bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it, then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what is your interest in that historic incident?
As it happened, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature on one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which you mean? Yeah, it's the professor. Mr. Shams is investigating the case as we speak. I wasn't aware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Hey, Cosima. The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. You recognize him too, don't you? Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato can see it too.
Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why? Oh, there it is.
Kazuma.
Kazuma? I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma?
Felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced me to him about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. God, I fucking hate amnesia. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He is to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma's name. Well, thanks, man. Glad we got that squared away rather quickly and it wasn't left up as a fucking mystery the entire time. So, chat room, what are we going as, what brings his memory back, right? How is he getting, is it us going to be, because he's seen us a couple times already, right? And obviously we have karma on our hip, right? Do we have to draw karma? Like, unsheath it? Because I feel like that would be, that makes a lot of sense. Karma's the name of your tool? Karma's the name of the sword. Do we really think he lost his memory? Brother. What do you mean, do we really think he lost his memory? The game has told us he's lost his memory. find his headband. His headband's on the sword. This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing in before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right. The birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Who told Van Zieks that Kazuma lost his memory? The fucking guy, right? Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna break this sentence down, right? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. From what Van Zieks can gather, he has amnesia. He doesn't know his face, right? He doesn't really talk to him all that much. Also, you thought he was Mia, but he was actually Godot? Well, yeah, because I didn't expect them to have the fucking gumption to say, oh, he's not actually dead. But yeah, I guess, right? Because he is a prosecutor now, too. God damn it. Mentor niggas always getting smoked for no reason. But yeah, no, from what Van Zieks, you know, the Reaper of the Old Bailey can assume, right? He has amnesia.
Or more precisely, Japanese Cypress, I think. Despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. Does that mean Zieks is gonna die? Well, we've had a Van Zieks death off screen already.
But sadly not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. We took the whole thing? You should know that being a teacher to an MC in any Japanese piece of work means you're dead. Yeah. Which is why I thought, okay. So I said this at the beginning of, hold on, let me see something too, right? Nope, okay. I thought they were gonna change it. I guess because we haven't seen his face. But, when the game started and I was like, oh yeah, something bad has to happen to the mentor because something bad always happens to your mentor, right? Or something unfortunate is, like, going to happen to your mentor, right? And that seems to be the case in every Ace Attorney game, right? I was like, he's gonna fucking die, right? Or, not him specifically, I said it for, what's his name? Professor Mikotoba, because he seemed to be, like, our, like, just overseer, right? But like, tracking Ace Attorney throughout every single game, you go, Ace Attorney 1, Mia, smoked, right? You go into Apollo Justice. Christoph Gavin was a murderer and somebody who was falsifying evidence, right? You go into Dual Destinies. Fucking, Simon Blackquill is literally trying to save his, not even really adoptive sister, but, you know, he goes to fucking prison. Completely under false pretenses, right? Fucking, what's his name? Godot. He had to watch his, girlfriend, right? Like, their relationship wasn't really, like, super detailed, right? But she was killed, and it was almost directly his fault, right? You know? And he gets amnesia because of it, and then starts blaming Phoenix, right? So, mentors in this game, right? they're not even, it's not even that like they always die, it's just something bad always happens to them. And I expected it to be for Mikotobe, right? But then fucking they were like, oh, Kazuma's dead, and I was like, damn, that kind of sucks. He got like off-screened. That's kind of crazy. And now he's back, apparently, because his body was never found, right? It's still kind of weird that they're not calling him Kazuma here. Or his, shit hasn't updated.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call their birdcage was right in the middle of it all. Just here. Yeah, can nobody see that these are fucking hinges?
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, we're going back to it. Yeah, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
See. If Kazuma really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. Going to need to speak to him about that. Going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Usato.
Of course.
I'm gonna go fucking yell at her like. Yeah, he'll be at 2 spells, right? 23rd of October, Madam 2 spells.
Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. You really not here? Where the fuck did he go? Also, which one is this?
Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act.
I know. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer would also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
We have a new theory. So, I assume this had different dialogue for when you come here the first time? With Iris. Oh.
Ah, there's a stepladder there, look.
Oh, yeah. A stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Okay. Because we had the argument with Iris about ladder and stepladder. That's neat. I like that. It's Jane the Ripper.
This one's posture reveals its weakness.
Sorry?
The killer stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then squash, then finally a smash.
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
A Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. Susato go crazy in the booth. And it's nice to see that the foreman is no longer here. So I guess we're just a little bit early? Do I go talk to Hairbrain? I see. What's he doing?
He's... oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady?
I thought it was about Elizabeth Bathory. She was the most prolific woman serial killer, used to bathe in her victim's blood. Well, yeah, but I mean... Bathory... I don't think was known as Jane the Killer, or Jane the Ripper, right? Maybe they're mixing the two up, right? But even, I almost said Apollo. Even Ryunosuke said... the bathtub has no particular significance. So maybe that's what it was about, right? Maybe when you talk about that one with Iris, you talk about the bathtub and how it was, like, if it was filled with blood or not, right? And then it's like, oh, it has no significance.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
Yeah, you should have seen her.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised I would in court this morning.
Oh no. No. This whole thing, this miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually, this is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain.
Nobody diddled you.
I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication for next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes! Yes! Of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled, by the pair of them! By Asmin and by that aloof engineer, Drebber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Baroque did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Baroque wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, no one would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So, if any other prosecutor had taken on the case, and if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly. Which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Baroque insisted that it was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Checkmate, atheists.
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Mr. Odiusman. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say that does seem very likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He overlooked the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was emphatic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that just to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer or a magician? Or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss the details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a man of wealth. He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genius, genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
The wretched man who deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to about his whereabouts?
I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before?
Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there.
Hey, you want to tell us about his fucking workshop, idiot?
So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then? Yes. Just once, you understand? It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we might find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, as in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even though oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Mr. Sato? Order a machine for your next birthday?
Never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. And I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was very clearly cautious, Mr. Sato. There's no way.
Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look!
What? Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No? Oh well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Oh, you know what's about to happen, don't you?
Woo!
Oil stain? This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yeah, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain it. Toby time!
Yes, that's right, but more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's a tiny amount here. So let's go ahead and go talk to the dog. About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment.
I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out this is very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. Sure. I don't smell nothing.
No. We didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby?
Dog. Since his smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can he?
Professor Harebrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Let's go, Toby! He's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? Workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
Wait, when did you... Want to pickpocket?
I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop. I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Yes, Gina, I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Otto, leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. I'm supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets hit in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Hey, Toby, got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads into that swindler's workshop.
Yeah, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Shums at this point?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's go talk to Herlock. It's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Let's go visit the X to the ZI BIT. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's. Different now. Museum of Waxwork.
We are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course.
Sana-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. What is it?
Oh, sorry, I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, a friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh yeah, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yeah.
His habitual duties? Allure. Do not disturb. Huh?
Susato looks very perplexed. Alright. Ah, yeah, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, well I guess we can't look inside it just... Fuck. I guess we can't look inside it just yet. What's up, dickhead?
I really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Susato? My most humble apologies.
But I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed, we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, we had to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. Its stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
But I thought whoever was responsible demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiation was entirely unnecessary?
Fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Or Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with the Great Waxwork? Hey, about this picture from 10 fucking years ago. Mr. Sholmes, about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Generally say, threepence per item is consultation. That's 2 hours of gas, that is. Okay, so I guess fucking not. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We'll need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Bitch. Fortunately, however, presently I have little to occupy myself with and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay. Why, you big liar? Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Norohodo, that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. You told us that it was a murder. You examined Kazuma's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Sogi. We're quite sure.
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I am quite sure. It was Kazuma. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
How about you speak up, bud? Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Norohodo? I could believe the crewman present at the time could have made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I'll now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Yeah, so he knows. Sick. Also, hey, now do you want to talk about this photo? Fuck. Also, hey, let me pull this up again. Yeah, this doesn't fucking help me. Gold's Town. Nathan. This magnifying glass truly is the most worthless shit, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this thing is dog. Oh, fuck, I'm stupid. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Hello, Englishmen, broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting. This, very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Norohodo. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yeah, The Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit waits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Let's go look at the X to the ZI BIT. Through those heavy curtains at last. Well, fuck, I thought we were gonna just be instantly put into it. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah, we can ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
"23rd October, Madame Tuspel's special exhibit." Hey, Herlock, Herlock, you're missing a little, missing just a small detail here.
Here. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Miss Usato, I said we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. He did say it was largely solved, right? The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer here, didn't he? But where? No shot, it's this guy, right? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get for what we paid for.
This track is called The Professor, the Living Phantom? Is that fear of frustration that's making Susato's voice tremble?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large... shovel or spade? Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. I kind of want to look up here, but I was about to say I very feel like they don't want us to look at his face. What's this here?
This would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. This technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Yeah, actually, what the fuck is that for? Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. Oh, no. This is, well, no, because this was, 10 years ago, right? So I was gonna say it was supposed to be Madame Tuspel's, but could it be like her dad? Trying to find a recently... Oh, no. Here's what's probably happening here. This is Madame Tuspel's dad, right? Going to look at the face of the professor, right? Right after being executed, right? That makes sense.
Well, I'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
Jeez. What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover on the back camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Susato. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Wait a minute. Isn't this icon the same as on Drebber? Is this not Drebber then? There's a cane. Or shovel, excuse me.
A large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Miss Susato? Or maybe it's just a similar, like, the cross button, right? Yeah? That's a spade, isn't it?
No. It's a shovel.
No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
You've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, you haven't considered trowels.
We allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Okay, so... let me actually back out of this. He didn't take the picture, did he? Okay. Yeah, this is... he's wearing, well, I mean, it's sepia, I can't really tell, but this little plus, this little cross, right? I thought that was, like, in the center of his shirt, but I guess not, right? Also, this guy isn't wearing a hat. Jeez, it took me a second to click that one. It's quite a large lamp the man's carrying.
Or is it a lantern?
Oh, or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, is it?
Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in the graveyard at night with only this... well, I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Is that all I'm gonna get from this guy? Like, because I can't look at his... oh, what? I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
oh, you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh. Well, I guess it is.
On Earth, how can...
don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. It is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yeah, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head to this suite, as Madam would say it, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh.
You know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on.
As terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't even ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago.
Also, first, before we do that... Oh, look! The cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see?
Something wrong?
There is no plate. It's been removed.
Oh, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, well, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susato. She looks devastated.
Well, never mind. I should have figured that out as well, you know? Are we sure that this camera wasn't from the actual crime scene?
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely?
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch.
Or Professor Mikotoba.
Mr. Naruhodo?
What is it?
The bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking.
Well...
I believe I told you a little bit about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone either being a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Ow!
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Okay, so that's why the head is missing. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, the convict man came back to life. Came back to life? Clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Nick Drebber. Saw it happen? Going on, Zone? So, this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
So horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. The sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. As shown as the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who had come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing at in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yeah, what was he up to? Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been before systematically employed in dog as a murderer. I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of shocking witness accounts of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, a preposterous parlor tale.
But did people stop believing it?
Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in the Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No.
But that would mean Mr.
Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't have really come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Well, so, I believe we didn't look at the stump.
This must be the killer. The fiend noticed the professor.
Yeah, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike.
Oh, the waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know. Looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps you should examine it in a little more detail. Sick.
So this is the condemned man.
Yeah, the so-called professor.
And perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But able to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model has had a head once. There's a medal for fitting it, see?
And perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it.
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. The person who stole this was at the Crystal Tower.
Very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
We've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
Does make you think, doesn't it? In court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Well... I think that is a mystery. Oh, well, I mean... After this screaming.
Bleeding Nora order! What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here? She still has it.
I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... So loud in the museum.
Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Right, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop.
What? You found Drebber's workshop? Toby.
No, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now on a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Well, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there.
You go. I'm me. Just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
He doesn't get to investigate, he's sad. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Words heartened me, I must say. If I were to shirk my duties here, and would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hair a carriage once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Oh, damn. Got whisked away. Phoenix Rever's workshop. And it looks like there's a nice little replica of the instant kinesis machine. But I believe that is going to do it for us for today. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming out. I think we're going to call it for right here. Tomorrow we'll be hopefully finishing this case up. And with no activity, I think I'll just thank you guys once again for coming out. Tomorrow, hopefully we can finish this up and move into Chapter 4. It feels like this case is going to have a lot of exposition to explain stuff that we actually don't know. So I expect the trial to be decently long, with a lot of like exposition and whatnot. But that being said, I'll have to save that for tomorrow. Once again, thank you all very much for coming out. But until tomorrow, you guys take it easy. Peace.